Today on Call for Two, The Messenger Part 2, a Halloween experience game we're playing here. It's October 17th, Tuesday night, 11 p.m., 2023. We played Part 1 last night for about 3 hours. I think today we'll aim for maybe 4 hours. And we're going to take our time with this game and expect to play it for as many days as it takes us. It might take us this entire week. So far, it's been quite a special experience. Some very deluxe pieces of evidence here that feel about as real, aged, authentic old papers than I can remember in any case. Before we get into a recap, let's just check in with the chat and do any other bookkeeping we need to do. Looks like we've got our normal people here. Perry Spiropoulos says, good evening, watched a number of your live playthroughs and thoroughly enjoyed them. Love the way your audience participates. Looking forward to part 2 of The Messenger. Great Halloween game. We've got some plans for October here. We like to play some special things over the holidays. And I've got a bunch of deluxe games for us. I'm not even sure we can get to them all this October. But we have a couple more, and then we have some other games we want to play through, some fan cases for Mythos Tales and Bureau of Investigation. I think that's probably what we'll do after we finish up here with The Messenger. If you haven't watched Part 1, you should stop watching this stream. Go watch Part 1. You can catch up and join us tomorrow night for Part 3, but it won't make any sense to come into it today, starting with session 2. Jonathan says he's trying the hot apple cider tonight. Anyone else drinking anything unusual? I have my normal Christmas tea from Twinings and some coffee. I'll tell you a little story about Twinings tea that is a mystery. A real-life mystery here that maybe you can solve. I've got my theories, but I don't think is solvable. About a year ago, I went over to Greg's house. Greg, Rebecca, and myself. I was tired. It was a long night. We were sitting talking, and I was drinking my Twinings tea, Christmas tea, which I learned from Greg. Greg had it. And we had a conversation because Greg and Rebecca insisted it was called Twinings, the company that makes this tea, which is Twinings. And I said, no, it's Twinings. It would be 2 N's if it was Twinings. I was very shocked that they didn't know how to pronounce it because it's a fairly well-known tea company. A couple days later, I brought up this conversation we had. And they both said, what are you talking about? We never said it was pronounced Twinings. And they maintain that to this day. So the question is it a prank that they're playing on me, which I don't think it is? Am I somehow misremembering this? They don't remember any conversation about the name of the tea company. Or is it, and I think this is the most likely, albeit bizarre, answer, did I nod off and have a little micro dream that this conversation happened? All of the possibilities are kind of scary when you think about it. But yeah, am I being gaslit? It's very strange. All right. So let's do a little recap here and talk about what we figured out so far, our theories, and where we left off. We left off at quite a cliffhanger at our last session because we discovered a website, which is a good way to circle back to the components. I'll remind you, this was a Kickstarter. It comes with a real cassette tape. Originally, the Kickstarter said it would come with a USB with files on it. We've since found out that that was a plan they had, but they never went through with it. Instead, they put the files on a website instead of giving you a USB stick with files. And they've also put the MP3 recording of this tape, which might be quite long now that I look at this, on the website that we'll be able to listen to. One of the cool aspects of that is that it has changed functionally how this works, because it took us our first whole session to find the website, and it still wants a password we can talk about. But otherwise, if you were playing this old school, I mean, I do have a tape player we could find if we needed to. You could have listened to this first. Maybe you could have opened the USB files, I don't know. But this has forced us to not listen to this yet until we get to the website, which I think seems like a win. That's a good decision to have more things gated off in sequence. We did find a use for these that solved one puzzle. And we did find at the very end of yesterday's stream a website, which still needs a password. But so we've solved a couple of puzzles. We solved a puzzle involving this poker chip and a puzzle involving these photos. Probably we're done with these, but I'm not sure. We know what puzzle this is related to, an airplane log of a crashed airplane, we think. We don't know about these. And we think, so, sorry, let me back up. We've got the diary here of a woman, Alice Parker, who wrote this diary in 1692, and it describes her being at the Salem witch trials and hung by the time we get to the end. And she describes her predicament and how 3 or 4 other sisters were hung with her, accused of being witches. She names someone that she blames for starting the false rumors about her. And throughout this diary, we occasionally get a change in handwriting. At first, it seemed to us that someone else had been passed down this diary and was writing in it. But as we read it, she describes these spells she has. She says she's not a witch, but she has these spells she has no control over. And she sort of loses track of time and has no memory of what she did. And she tells about one story where she had a dream of a crow and her parents woke her up and screaming. Sounds to me like she probably had an epileptic fits. That's why the parents are all freaked out when she has these spells. So she has a spell in her mind. She has a dream or she disappears. She can't remember. And during that, it looks like she's changing her whole penmanship and sort of channeling someone else. Maybe. And we see a couple of repeated people. There's a Spanish speaker that writes in Spanish. Most of them write their names. And when they do, they're from different years, right? This is someone writing in 1929. And then we get people writing in the 60s and 1875. This is Flores, Spanish speaker. We got an Italian speaker. Christopher, a little kid maybe. We've got one ripped page. We've got a song here that someone recorded. We're going to play that. And she's talking, she has an interesting dialogue with her husband, John, who she likes. But then this was a very creepy word where at the very end, this is the end of the page where she's alive. Everyone else after this page are the different people writing in this book. This is her last page where she basically curses the woman who told lies about her to get her arrested. She says, "My final night, my love, and you will be lost. Ignore that printer. She gives instructions of what to do. She curses the woman who's Mary Warren, I believe. She gives instructions what to do. She says, find the tree where I was hung, which would have been in Salem, Massachusetts. Bring a knife, carve it into the ground or the tree, bury these papers, this diary, as her part of her, and your ring, she tells to her husband. And then this other writing is on top that says, forget me, my husband, don't do this, forget me. So we've got a mixed message here. Then a thing that says help, and then we've got other people writing here. And inside this, we've got a couple of puzzles that we think we know how to solve some of them, and some symbols that are repeated in many of the puzzles. This is not all of them, but this is a big chunk of them. So there's more symbols. There were symbols here in this. There was a symbol, no symbol here, but a bunch of symbols. And in two of the puzzles that we solved, we believe what we got is, here's, for example, this puzzle we solved with the symbols on this inner ring. We believe when we decoded this, we got a word and a symbol. Still not convinced we got the right word. In fact, I have my doubts. But if you look at this and you look at one of the other puzzles we solved, this one was quite clear that this one, when you put the faces amounted, that wasn't his face. Where was his face? Anyway, you put his face, when you got all the letters, it was an anagram for contract. That one we're fairly certain about. Contract and one symbol. So our working hypothesis now is that figuring out the puzzles is going to give us a translation dictionary for the symbols. So that given a set of symbols, we can translate them into a sentence. We don't know where that sentence is. We haven't really seen what looks like a set of symbols that would make a sentence yet. But that's our working hypothesis. In fact, this list might be translation, not a puzzle, but translation for these sets of symbols. I'm not sure. It's an interesting. And this one, we don't know what it is. Maybe the puzzle is to figure out what this one last word would be, and then we'd have this symbol. So anyway, that's our working hypothesis for how most of the puzzles might be structured. So I have a couple puzzles left in here that we think we know how to tackle or could start tackling. We also have this necklace, which is in fact a magnifying glass. So maybe that's just its purpose, to be used as a magnifying glass. We've got some tarot cards here, and I noted that one of them is actually a tarot card of the Messenger, the name of this game. That's very interesting. I think Regis, Megan, in the channel pointed out that there's also a card for Recipient, which looks to be maybe the role we're playing here, the recipient. So maybe we'll put these two aside. Now, what we're not sure about yet is what our role in all this is, but from reading the diary, it seems like there's a pattern. You get given a package, which I have received in this burlap bag, and the package contains all this stuff, and it ends up cursing you. And you have to do something to save someone close to you that you love. That's the writings of all the other people seem to be talking about. Now I have to make a choice. How do I save this person? The woman who's writing this is Alice Parker from Salem. This note tells us, look her up, find her. We did, in fact, and I printed it out for us. So Alice Parker was a real person who was really hung for being a witch. In the diary, our person mentions these other women that were hung with her. Martha Corey, Sister Martha Corey, Sister Mary Easty, Sister Anne Pruditor. And then it tells us their accuser was Mary Warren, who our woman put a curse on in this book and says, you and your daughters and your grandkids, they're all going to be have this curse following along with you. And I also scanned the map for us. What we haven't done yet is we haven't explored the website that we got as a solution to this puzzle, which was quite a cool experience. There's some real teamwork in the channel to figure out that what the solution to this, which was the cycle ends with you, creepy enough. But then we had some leftover letters. We figured it out at the very end of yesterday's session that it was .com. We opened that website, and in fact, we got our web page. The cycle ends with you. And it's got a password. We can talk about our theory about what that password is. We don't know it yet. But that's where we left off. We've read through the full diary, but we haven't gone through all these documents yet. They're of varied types. Blueprints, some land parcel ownership records, some letters. So one of the things we have to decide today is what order we want to do things. Do we want to focus on the website today? Do we want to focus on these documents? Is there anything else I've missed? Let's catch up on the chat now with my recap. Have I missed anything in my recap? There were some suggestions by people about things they were thinking about since yesterday's session. Theo wants to know the website. The website is called thecycleendswithyou.com. A reminder that if you're playing this along with me here, with all of us, the compact we all make is not to go ahead of each other. So you shouldn't be trying to solve website stuff or puzzles if they're not on the screen. When they're on the screen, we can all work on them. When they're not, you can't. Okay, let's see. Shazner was saying earlier it scrolled off, but now I get a chance to test my new plugin to let me see if I can scroll up the chats that we all see and share. Shazner said we should try to match some of the names in the diary with the parcel owners. Okay, we haven't been through the parcel owners yet. Navigation log puzzle seems like it should give us a word and a symbol, but we didn't see any letters. Okay, we'll deal with that when we get to it. And then Shazner is saying, yes, it was a plain log, not a sailing log. Okay, good. All right, what's nice that my new feature that lets me scroll up in the chat works. And then Nicola at some point had a very clever idea. One of the nemesis puzzles on this channel are the channels with the thermo ink, the ink that warms up and becomes transparent with heat. And Nicola was saying that one of the pages we got says, I do feel it. And Nicola was saying, hey, maybe you should run your hand over this. Maybe there's something about this that has to do with feeling. Now, I don't think it is. I don't really feel anything. I mean, all of the pages are textured and weathered and aged. But I have to say, I don't really feel anything here. And it's not painted on thermal ink, but it's a good idea. All right. Anything else? Let me see with the chat if there's anything I've missed. No one is suggesting that I've said anything. So we've got puzzles. We've got documents that we haven't read. Puzzles to solve in the diary. Documents we haven't looked at yet. Website that we haven't done, which is where we left off. Megan says it matches up with the necklace design. Does it? You think that there was something else that seemed to match up with the necklace? Let me see. Does this match up with the necklace design? I don't know if it does really. Doesn't quite look like it does to me, but it is weird that there are these lines that seem to be... So, but presumably if our idea is correct, this symbol, this solution to this puzzle is going to tell us what this symbol means. I wonder if this is one of these things where if we fold them, like it almost looks like this would connect to this. I wonder if this is one of these things like where you fold it like Mad Magazine and it creates something. I don't quite see it. All right. Okay, assuming I've brought us up to speed, let's think a little bit about the website. So there's two things that were interesting about the website. The first one is that we need a password, obviously, to get into it. But the other thing that was interesting is, I think it was Nicola who pointed out, hey, if you reload this page, the text on the side changes color. So I'm going to do it. Let's see. It says the cycle ends with you all read, and you hit reload, and you get this. Reload, reload. And as I keep reloading, it goes through different things. Now, I was taking it literally to thinking maybe there's a cycle here, and it actually ends with the word you. Can I F5 here? No. I really hate that they don't seem to have done work into the... Is there another key on this keyboard that would reload? Not really. I just wish the keyboard support for this. What's the, is there a hotkey for reloading? So I don't have to reach over and do this. So we don't know what this meaning is. It could just be for fun, or it could be something real. If it was something real, you might imagine it's a long cycle, though, if it is. It takes a lot of reloads to get back to all red. There it was. Or it could be random. I guess that would be a good clue to us if it actually was random. Let's see if we can't make it all red just for a second and see if it is random or if it does cycle. So here it's all black. I'm not going to worry about that for a second. Let's just get it to all red, which is what it was originally. I think it's random because here now we've got to all black. There's all red. And then the next thing after all red is just the black the. So let me just see if it does cycle. Let's get to where it's all red again. I think this would be a big clue that it's random. Remember, we could also look at the source. That would give us our answer. All black again. So my gut is telling me this is not a clue, it's just random. Which we could verify by looking at the page source. But there, okay. So that's different. It doesn't cycle, which suggests to me that it's random. But Perry said something interesting. It might be that the words shown on the screen govern the password. So that's an interesting thing. So let's talk about this for a second before we try to solve it. Everyone slow down. Don't be typing a million things on that password. We frequently get into these situations where something is needed and it feels like, well, we could take a bunch of shots in the dark that seem reasonable. And then if they fail, we dig a little deeper. But that can lead to frustration. So let's just think about, before we try things, let's think about some ideas for what would be the password. So someone said, just type in the word password because that's what it says, enter password, continue. Okay, so there's a couple things we could try. Another thing we could try is Perry's idea. Like, is it possible that basically the password we put in has to do with like, put in the red word? So in this case, we would type cycle ends you, And in this case, we would type in cycle U. That's worth a try. Let's try that. I'm going to type cycle Y-O-U. Okay, no. And then this says cycle ends with you. So if I type, oh, I see, once we click over here. Okay, so it's not that. Let me just make sure. Desktop site, resend. Okay, so when you click on it, it zooms in. That's interesting. All right, so let's think about some other possibilities. If we turn to the page where we found it, it says page 10. Now I wonder, we could try the actual words here, page 10. That would be, it would make sense that this website address, that this is the password to it. So typing page 10 would be something worth trying. But also, it seems like the most likely case is that page 10 has the password to this. So I think that it would make sense that we would go to page 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 10 if we count this as page 2. So something, you could read this to see if something sounds like a password, but boy, this really jumps out, this underlined phrase. So it feels like that's probably the password. So shall we try this out? Okay, so everything space was space lost. Let's try this. Oh, okay, we're in. All right, good work. And I can see in the chat that Stacy already figured it out. All right. Don't, everything was lost without spaces also works. So this is one of the advantages. We've talked about how Deadbolt Mystery Society uses PDF encrypted passwords. One of the advantages to making your own website is you can make it more forgiving of some stuff. Now, I want to mention one thing before we go to the website. One thing that's pretty cool is that Stacy has joined us for a whole bunch of playthroughs. And my memory is Stacy, we frequently play games that Stacy has already played, like a lot of the Deadbolt Mystery Societies. And one thing that's fun is that Stacy said the other day that she bought this game a long time ago, played it on her own, and got burned out. It was hard to play on her own, was too much to play by herself. So it's very fun. Stacy was saying how nice it is that she can now actually bring this game off the shelf and play it with us. Okay, so we're into the website. I guess while we're here, let's go for it. Let's look at what we've got here. Okay, so it says the cycle ends with you. It's cut off a little bit of the top page. I've got to work on this a little bit to get it. Oh, I see. That's a little bit. I was messing with this page a little bit. It looks like I didn't do the best job. Okay, the cycle ends with you. We've got a whole bunch of restricted items. I wonder if those are going to be symbol related. How much you want to bet if we click one of those, it's going to show us a symbol and want us to translate it? Let's just see. I'm going to click. Let me use this so you can see what I'm doing. I'm just going to go on the first one here. Let's see if it shows us a symbol and asks us for a word or vice versa. No symbol. All right, I was wrong about that. I thought it was going to show us that. All right, maybe it's just a shared password for all of these that we don't have yet. But we do have access to 4 folders here. Now, you should not be, I hope the channel people are not jumping around looking on your own. That's going to get you cursed. You got to stick with me for this game. That's how you get the curse off you. Okay, artifacts, let's see. Okay, floor plans, letters, amulet, tarot cards, dog tags, portraits. So these are either a full alternative set of scans of the documents we have, or they're related to that. Let's just see. If we click tarot cards, is this just an alternate way you could do this all digitally? Sure looks like it. Let's see. If we click on the recipient. Okay, so you might think there's a lot here, but this is just the documents instead of the physical form. So we have the floor plans, we have the letters. The amulet is just going to be a picture of the amulet. Necklace folds open to reveal a magnifying glass, monocle type of thing, intricate design. Okay, but what's this Victoria? Probably not, but what if it really is? I don't know. There's no writing to identify this with Victoria. It sounds like maybe that's something that's premature, like something is going to refer us to Queen Victoria. Okay, so these are items we have physically. We don't need to look at those. Dog tags, portraits, that's the photo of faces. Cassette, that's going to let us listen to the cassette, I believe. Research, what's this? Oh, here's the music message. F, research notes. Let's see here. Let's listen to this, then we'll listen to the one that was translated for us. Okay, let's just look at this. Let's listen to, so to remind you what this is, on one of these pages, we got a little musical set of notes, which looks like it's a puzzle because we see a little puzzle symbol on it. Let me find it here. All right, let's listen to what they've got here.
Yeah, this message is for Sean. My name's Eddie. So tell you what, meet me at Harry's.
Wait, what?
4 o'clock. And we'll see what we can do about...
What? I thought that was going to be our music. What was it?
Yeah, this message is for Sean. My name's Eddie. So tell you what, meet me at Harry's at 4 o'clock. And we'll see what we can do about getting to the bottom of that. Okay? See you soon.
All right, so let me back up and explain a little bit. This wasn't explained to us, and maybe it has to do with the fact that they originally wanted this to be a USB stick. But one thing that's very odd about the situation we find ourselves in is that what we're supposed to be looking at is the notes of someone who was involved in this case. So we're sort of browsing his computer, but we haven't really been explained what he's doing, what Sean is all about. So we're going to go back to that. But before I forget, let me bring up the, if I can, the translation, the recording of these music notes. So let's see how I do that. Okay, let's see if we can listen to this together. All right. So was it Megan that recorded this? Okay. I think it was Megan that recorded this. Okay. Pretty haunting. Let's listen to it again. Someone's pointing out that this is supposed to be in 4/4 time, but it's not, because that would mean 4 notes, basically. But maybe that means there are missing notes. I'm not sure how we would figure out what they are, though. Okay. Let's go back to our website for a second. So I don't know if I just want to jump around here like crazy. I would like to find the tape. So maybe we should focus on the tape. Okay, cassette tape, recording on side A, recording on side B, transcription, and information about Anne Rothman. Okay, so this will just be some information, maybe a photo of the cassette tape. So there it is. That's our tape that we have physically right here. Okay, so it's got an A and a B side. They've got audio up. So I think we're going to listen to this. Let's see how long it is. 13 minutes for side A. All right, so we're going to be listening to this for a while. Everyone get your tea and coffee. Let's just sit back and listen to the recording of Anne Rothman, cassette tape 1993. All right, here we go. And then we've got the transcription afterwards.
I've been sifting through the objects in this strange parcel.
Hold on, I can't hear it. Rewind it. Reset audio. Okay, here we go now.
I've been sifting through the objects in this strange parcel. None of it seems to be connected, but if I understand this right, people have been receiving this little package for centuries. Some have added their own items, and if this contract is to be believed, this act means they may be meeting the terms. I'm not really sure though, it's too vague to really know what's supposed to happen. I read through this wooden journal, and I think it might have been the first thing to be included. If it's real, it may even be related to the witch trials in Salem. I say if, but I've noticed a few things in the book that make it seem like it's legitimate. I want to look through my books and see what I can find. If it's real, then there's a chance I can bring him back. I spent the last few days reading, and I'm convinced this is the real deal. If I put something in with these other items, the problem is I don't know what the consequences are. Before I do this, I want to try to make contact. I need guidance. Bring back the dead is serious business. There's a partial deck of tarot cards included in the package. I was going to use them to try to read the energy tied to the other items, but figured I would do something safer first. I gathered a few crystals to help me determine if it would be safe. I'm wearing a pendant made of tourmaline and sprinkling salt around the entire package now for protection. I've also set a large quartz crystal nearby to absorb any negative energy that may emanate. And I'm also holding a pendant of labradorite over the parcel. Show me the energy contained within these items. Give me the wisdom to understand their purpose. Grant me the strength to withstand negative energy. At this point, I can't feel any response. Either these items are benign or the quartz has done its job and purified the energies. I'm going to clean up and take a reading with the tarot. All right, I've cleared the table and gotten prepared for this reading. After looking more closely through the cards in the package, I noticed there's only 13 of them, and they seem to be from a set I don't recognize. I won't be using this deck, but I'm glad I did the purification. I've chosen to use a 5-card cross deck spread with the major arcana in my own deck. I set the parcel across from me, and I'll be focusing on it as I shuffle. All right, first card. Judgment upright. This is a positive, so after the judgment, that could mean rebirth or absolution. That's great. I don't want to get my hopes up just yet. Let's see the next card. Death, also upright. Almost the total opposite, but it's not necessarily literal. It could just be some kind of change or the ending of something. Third card placed above the Hangman, reversed. Since this card simply just go the way forward, I guess this means it's going to be a tough decision to make. I'm going to have to think carefully. Fourth card, the Tower, upright. Seems to go along with the Death card, not a good sign. After a long drawn out decision, this means the aftermath is likely to be chaotic, but it could also bring more understanding, so it may not all be bad, just hard to get through. Now let me add these up. 20, 13, 12, 16, 61, so 7. That makes the Chariot in my last card, which makes sense. I'll need all my willpower to get through this successfully. Well, Anne, looks like you got a tough road ahead of you. I need to talk this out with the person I want to help to see what I should do. I don't think it will break the rules given the circumstances. There's no guarantee that I'll be able to make contact anyway. Okay, first attempt. I'm gonna keep it simple. I have a spirit board in front of me and a planchette. I have candles, incense, and crystals around me to enhance the connection to the spirit world. I'm gonna attempt to make contact, focusing on Ben and asking for guidance. Ben, where are you? Over the last few weeks, I've made several attempts with the spirit board, but haven't been able to make any contact. I decided to take a break from that and do something more passive, more modern. I gathered some of Ben's things to help draw his spirit and tune to an empty radio station. I'll spend some time listening to the static, looking for any message he might be trying to send me.
Stop the tape.
So I've stopped the tape because I'm a little nervous now. She said stop the tape. Lots of silence here. She's trying to get in contact with someone from the spirit world, Ben. She tried just summoning him with candles and incense. That didn't work. Then she tried listening to static of the radio. We didn't seem to hear anything in that. And now she's just, after a long silence, said, stop the tape. So I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to listen to it, the rest of it, right? But I'm a little nervous. Before we listen to the tape, let's just, I can see already we've got some insurrection here, insubordination. People are looking at the transcripts and stuff. We'll look at all those in time. Let me just check in with this. Here's what I've got for her tarot cards. Tell me if this is right. Judgment card upright, Death upright, Hangman reversed, Tower upright, Chariot upright. I guess when we look at the transcript, we can verify all this. And she said something about total number 61. I didn't quite understand that. Maybe it'll make more sense. She tried to use our tarot cards, but they didn't match the right set of cards, so she used her own. All right, I'm getting a little nervous to listen to the rest of this tape, but I guess we have to. Let's get back to it. Is everyone ready? I did not hear anything in that static. Did anyone else? Chat says, I'm sure there's a hidden message in the static. I don't know if there is. I didn't see it. We still have side B, though. So she said people are putting a different thing into the box, each person. And Megan says that I guess this is from the owner of the pendant. I sort of missed those words when she said that, when she was describing the pendant. So is that what happened? Was she saying it's her pendant? If we look at the transcript, I guess we could see that. All right, let's look at the first half of the transcript, just through what we've seen. Okay, let's see. Been sifting through the objects in the strange parcel. None of it's connected. If I understand right, people have been repackaging this package for centuries. They added their own items. If this contract is to believe, we found contract in one of our words. They are meeting the terms. You have to add something of your own in it. It's too vague. She read through the journal. She thinks it could be real. She thinks it is real. She says, if I put something in the box, I have joined the contract, but before I try, I want to make contact. Bringing back the dead is serious business. This is a true believer we're talking about. She says, there's a tarot deck, but I'm going to use my own. She's trying to read the item. She's got some crystals. This woman's definitely a believer. She says, I'm wearing a pendant made of tourmaline. I'm sprinkling salt around the entire package now for protection. I'm also setting a large quartz crystal nearby to absorb any negative energies. This seems ridiculous. Okay, labradorite over the parcel, etc. Okay, so she chants, show me the energy contained within these items. Give me the wisdom to understand their purpose. Grant me the strength to withstand negative energies. This person, Anne Rothman's, definitely a little psychic believer. She doesn't get any response. She says, maybe the quartz is doing the job. I'm going to take a tarot reading. She looks through our tarot cards. She notices there are only 13. And it's from a set she doesn't recognize. So she says, I'm not going to use those. I'll use my own deck. She's doing a 5-card spread with the major arcana. she's going to focus on the parcel as she does her cards. This is all the transcript of what we heard on the tape. She says, first the judgment upright. That's a positive. Maybe after judgment. So judgment, like the Salem witch trials, that's the judgment. She says, after judgment, maybe rebirth or absolution. That's good. Next card is death. I guess that could be the death, not necessarily literal, but it could be the death of the witches, of our girl Anne. Then is the hanged man. Well, she was hung. Reverse. Since this card is supposed to show the way forward, I guess this means it's going to be a tough decision to make. I see. Then there's the tower upright. This seems to go along with the death card. Not a good sign. After a long drawn-out decision, this means the aftermath is likely to be chaotic, but it could bring more understanding. Then she adds the numbers. Okay, so I missed her reading these numbers. Let's write them down. 20, 13, 12, 16, which totals 61. So that I added up the numbers of the first 4 cards. So the judgment is card 20, death is card 13, hangman is 12, tower is 16. And then so she says, okay, so 7 left, I guess. That makes the chariot my last card. Not sure how that works. Maybe someone who understands how people do tarot readings can know, but I believe that's what she's saying. She's saying add these up, it's 61, and then she says, therefore my last card is 7. Right? Is that what she's doing? Let me see. 33, 45, 55, 61. So 7. I don't know how she goes from 61 to 7 unless she's saying the total has to add up to 68. I think these are the cards of the numbers of the cards of the 4 cards she's drawn. I just don't know why she assumes. Oh, I see. Yeah. Somehow, I think maybe you turn over cards until you get past a certain number, something like that. So 7, we don't know yet. I need all my willpower to get through this successfully. Well, Anne, looks like you've got a tough road ahead of you. She says, I'm tempted to follow the covenant, which we don't really know what the covenant is. It's probably in our stack of letters, though. Based on the tower reading I took a few days ago, I'm hesitant to do so without guidance. She wants to talk to someone who's dead. She says, I don't think that would break the rules, so I'm going to try to make contact. She tries a couple things. First, she tries her spirit board, I guess Ouija board. That's the planchette. That's the thing you move around for on the Ouija board. Focusing on Ben. All right, we don't know who Ben is to her. Someone dead that she knows, though, presumably. She tries attempts with the spirit board. It doesn't work. She's going to do something more passive. She's gathered Ben's things. She tunes a radio to an empty station. All it hears is static. I haven't heard anything in the static. Nothing definite anyway. It's been so long already. I'm nowhere closer to decision. I'm not sure what good it will do. I'm going to attempt a traditional seance. Once again, I've lit candles and incense, and tonight at twilight, I will try calling out to him. It likely won't work since I'm on my own. My spirit alone doesn't seem to be strong enough, but I've got to try. Then she says, okay, I don't remember hearing this, but she says, my beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me, move with me. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me, move with me. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me, move with me. My beloved, I bring you. And then she gasped. Whoa. Is this? Okay, we didn't hear any of that. So is this tape B? Maybe I've gotten it's tape B. Yeah, okay, that's what the channel's trying to warn me. Dispamonite tells us the answer to 6 plus to 61 to 7. So the total of these was 61. When you add 6 plus 1, you get 7. I still don't know how she's decided. Oh, the check. Maybe that's what you do. You add the 2 digits, you get 7, and that gives you your last card. All right, and then I started getting into side B. So we're going to stop there. What we'll do is we'll take a break now. We'll come back. We'll listen to side B. Okay, we're back. We are going to try to listen to side B and help Anne Rothman summon the spirit of Ben. Hope everyone has got their stuff ready to concentrate. Okay, here we go. Recording side B. I'm going to switch this off here. Oh.
special.
I haven't heard anything in the static, nothing definite anyway. It's been so long already, and I'm nowhere closer to a decision. I'm not sure what good it'll do, but I'm going to attempt a traditional seance. Once again, I've lit candles and incense, and tonight at twilight, I'll try calling out to him. It probably won't work since I'm on my own, and my spirit alone doesn't seem to be strong enough, but I'll give it a try, I guess.
Oh, that was scary that she.
I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me. Move with me. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me. Move with me. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me. Move with me. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me. Move with me. My beloved, oh my beloved, have you not worried so over my soul? We might yet be together. Oh, John, if fate hadn't dealt us such a blow. But no, it was not fate, for that soul was Mary Warren. If not for her, I would not have hung from the branches of that tree. How I wish it could be burned, blight removed from its wood. Wicked Mary should have been burned. It's her fault you were tricked. The demon should have taken her soul, not yours, not mine.
You did not deserve this. You did not deserve this.
Dear God,
That
that's
was not
scary.
what I was hoping for. I need a rest. I'm running out of time. I don't know what to do. I've been going through the journal again, looking for some kind of clue, taking notes. It all checks out, but I can't figure it out. I can't get past the barrier, and if I can't get through, I don't know what's going to happen. I doubt this will work, but I've gone back to the traditional approach. I put a pencil in the planchette, and I've got paper. I'm going to try to summon his spirit again to try to get him to write something.
So she doesn't hear it, but we did. It's on the tape. She didn't hear it at the time. So she's got paper out and pen, and she's hoping to get some writing done on it with the spirit. No one should be reading the transcript yet.
What else can I do? Nothing is working. Focus on the crystal in front of you. Focus your eyes and start to control your breathing. Take deep, slow breaths. Feel your heart start to slow. Relax through your feet, your calves, your thighs. Keep focusing on your breath.
This is what was on the tape before she recorded her seance.
Feel the relaxation climbing through your body, loosening your abdomen, your chest. And focus your arms, your fingers go limp. And focus on your neck and your head. Close your eyes, let your eyelids get heavy. Let your head fall. Your entire body is relaxed. Your mind is focused on these words. We're going to begin counting now. Looking back from 10, you'll open yourself to the spirits. 9, 8, opening your chakra to the outside. 7, 6, letting go of your body, opening your soul. 5, 4, 3. You know the unseen world around you. Channel its energy through you. 2, let go completely. 1, now. Call to the spirits and let them speak through you. John! I nearly had something. Like it was on the tip of my tongue, tip of my brain. The hypnosis wasn't enough, not on its own. I need to do something, get rid of all the distractions. I had to call in some favors, but this is all I can think of. I'm about to go into sensory deprivation. I'm gonna get in this thing until something happens.
Ugh, this does not sound like a good
I don't know
idea.
how long I was in there, but I didn't see anything. Nothing. No word, no vision, nothing. And now time is up. I've gotten as far as I can. I put everything into this record, try my best to contact Ben, but nothing. My year is up and something is coming. I can feel it. This is my last chance. This is all I've got. If I mess this up, then it doesn't matter. It's the only way I've left to connect with the other side. Once I drink this, there is no going back.
What is she drinking?
And please be there, please. Tell me what. No, not yet. I'm not done. I haven't decided. Please, this is the closest I can. Just take it. Take it and bring him back.
I think that's it. Just take it and bring it back. Bring me back. That was creepy. So let's talk about for a second the situation regarding the transcript, which I hope you guys are not reading on your own. If you just had the audio tape, you'd have to listen to it multiple times rather than having a transcript to give you a true record of what was said. I guess we're going to look at the transcript rather than keep listening to the audio again, but I think we should do our best to make our best sense of the audio before we read the transcript. So, what did we hear on the transcript when she finally started talking to us? First, we heard something say initial. That's what I heard, initial, in a man's voice. And then we heard tree, and then I heard like a woman say tree, and I heard her say, I did not deserve this. And then a lot later, I should have written down the timeline, but very close to the end, she said John, which we know was the husband's name, but also the witch trial guy's name. And then at the very end, we heard something like Anna says, bring him back or bring it back. She was saying it's not time. I haven't decided yet. She says, I haven't decided yet. And what did she drink? That was creepy. All right. Any disagreement or anything else? She said, take it. She did say, take it. I wonder if one of the words we heard, if that matches with our take. Shazner said, she said, take it and bring him back. Let me put this, take it. Well, this is her saying this, not our voices. So I just want to make that clear. This is our Anne Rothman saying this. I haven't decided yet, she said. Harry says, was there a second voice at the end? Yeah, I didn't hear any words, but it did sound like there was some creepy thing in the room with her or something. Oh, there were some scary moments there. These are the voices that said, I'm going to say like a woman said this. These sounded like this was going to be our witch, Alice Parker. Remember that she cursed all the descendants of Mary Warren. And my working theory now is that everyone who gets this might be one of the descendants of Mary Warren, possibly. All right, so if everyone's done saying what they think they heard, I guess we're going to look at the transcript. I mean, I should have kept better track of time. Maybe we should listen to this last bit again. I feel like thematically we should try to decode the audio rather than having it given to us in transcript, although we eventually will look at the transcript. All right, let's just try to listen to these key sections again, the way you would if you were trying to decode an audio tape. All right, although this is can I get this a little bit longer? A little bit. All right, so I wrote down that somewhere around 4:30 in the timeline was when she started hearing the first voices. Let's see if that's right.
Mary should have been it's her fault he was sick.
What did that voice say?
Wicked Mary should have been it's her fault.
Did anyone make out what that said? She's saying her like prayer to make contact, and it says something that I don't know. Somewhere at 4:31, we heard an unknown word, unless someone else can make that out. Found us, Jonathan Warner says, maybe. All right, let's keep going, because I know at some point we hear a tree, and I did not deserve this.
He was sick. The demon should have taken her soul, not yours, not mine.
We did not deserve this. We did not deserve this.
Well, there's the we did not deserve this.
What I was hoping for. I need a rest. I'm running out of time. I don't know what to do. I've been going through the journal again, looking for some kind of clue, taking notes. It all checks out, but I can't figure it out. I can't get past.
All right, let's try to go to the end.
Once I drink this, there is no going back. And please be there, please. Tell me what. No, not yet. I'm not done. I haven't decided. Please, this is the closest I can. Just take it. Take it and bring him back.
That's actually interesting. So I didn't hear any more spirit voice, but it sounds like we definitely heard we didn't deserve. This is what my interpretation of that last section of her talking is. Like the spirit's arriving, and she's saying, not yet. I don't want to make the decision yet. I haven't made the decision yet whether to do this. And she says to this thing that's going to kill her or something, this spirit, she says, I haven't decided yet. And then it sounds like at the end, she's saying, okay, here, just take it and bring him back. Like she's making her decision in that pressure moment. The thing is like, you don't have any more time. It's time to make your decision. And she's saying, it sounds like at the very end, okay, I've decided to do it. Take my thing, and yes, I am agreeing to it. Now bring him back. So in the end, when time ran out, she said, okay, I've made a decision. The answer is yes. Take my thing, and in exchange, bring back my Ben, who's died somehow. All right, let's look at the transcript and see what the game says we should have heard. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I wonder if we should really look at this or not. What does the channel think? I mean, it's clearly good for them to have a transcription for people who couldn't hear something, but thematically for this game, there's no reason. Well, let me take that back. We are looking at the files of someone involved in this case. This isn't a website that the game has provided. This isn't a hint website for the game. This is someone's computer files that is working on this case before us. So everything they've done, they've transcribed this audio tape. So we are thematically allowed to read their transcription, but we shouldn't take it as the Word of God translation. We shouldn't take it as an objective translation. This is Sean's translation, someone's translation who was working on this case. Okay, so with that said, now it makes more sense thematically that we can look at this. All right, so this is side B. Here we go. Haven't heard anything in the static, nothing definite anyway. It's been so long already, I'm nowhere closer to a decision. I'm not sure what good it will do, but I'm going to have to attempt a traditional seance. She lit candles and incense. She's going to do it at twilight. It likely won't work because I'm on my own. She says the chant. And then we did not hear any of this. Hard to make of the fact that there's a bunch of transcript that we didn't hear any of. Was it too low in volume? Stacy says, yes, we did. I don't remember hearing this part. My beloved, oh my beloved, had you not worried so over my soul, we might yet be together. Oh, John, if fate hadn't dealt us such a blow. We heard this? Stacy says, yes, we did. It was very low. All right. I wouldn't mind going back and trying to hear this after her gasp. Well, let me read it out loud because I don't remember it. So this sounds like the Alice Parker talking. Oh, John, if fate hadn't dealt us such a blow. But no, it was not fate, but that horrible Mary Warren. If not for her, I would not have hung from the branches of that wicked tree. How I wish it could be burned, this blight removed from this world. Wicked Mary should have burned, not me. It's her fault you were tricked. The demon should have taken her soul, not yours, and not mine. We did not deserve this. We did not deserve this. All right, so we heard the did not deserve this, and we heard the tree, but we didn't hear the rest. But it makes sense with our story, except, and then she says, that was not what I was hoping for. I need to rest. I don't think she heard any of that. But this part is interesting. We're hearing from Alice Parker, and she says, she adds some stuff that we didn't know. She said, she hung from the tree and she wishes it could be burned. So she wants the tree burned. And then she says, Mary should have burned. And then she says, it's her fault you were tricked. This seems to allude to something that we sort of got a inkling of in the diary, that her husband's being tricked into thinking she is a witch, maybe. So she's saying that her husband was tricked. And then she says the demon should have taken her soul, not yours and not mine. So there's some demon involved. That scares me. Now back to our Anne Rothman. That was not what I was hoping for. I need to rest. I'm running out of time. I don't know what to do. I've been going through the journal again, looking for some kind of clue, taking notes. It all checks out. I can't figure it out. I can't get past the barrier. If I can't get through, I don't know what will happen. Then she says she's going to the pen and paper, mumbling and scratches, gra. We didn't really much hear that. But she says nothing's working, nothing seems to happen. Then we hear what I took to be like the previous recording of the tape. You know how old you kids might not know who do it normally, but in the old days with the VHS tapes and the cassette tapes, it would be frequently common that you would re-record over them. And so sometimes when you've got some blank stuff at the end, it's from an old recording. So I took what we're seeing now to be her old recording of some self-guided meditation with music, whatever. All right. And then she counts down. We knew something bad once she got to 0. Okay. John. And then she says, I nearly had something like it's at the tip of my tongue, the tip of my brain. Hypnosis wasn't enough. So she was self-hypnotizing herself. I need to do something, get rid of all distractions. I think this will do it. I'm about to go into sensory deprivation, called in some favors. She's going to get in her sensory deprivation tank or bathtub. Then she gets out. She says, I don't know how long I was in there. I didn't see anything, nothing, no word, no vision, nothing. Now time is up. I put everything into this record, trying my best to contact Ben, but nothing. My year is up. So it looks like you get a year to make your decision. You get a year to make your decision. She says, something's coming. I haven't made my decision yet. It's been a year. That's all these recordings are spaced out over a year in 1993. This is my last chance. This is all I've got. If I mess this up, then it doesn't matter. It's the only way I have left to connect with the other side. Once I drink this, there's no going back. Is she drinking poison to kill herself? She drinks something. Ben, please be there. Please tell me what to do. No, not yet. I'm not done. I haven't decided yet. Then she's crying. Please, please, just bring him back. This is the closest I've been. Please just bring him. Here, take it, and bring him back. She's given her something to the demon to bring him back. Okay. We did hear it. We were just focusing on the ghost's voice. I see. Are you saying she was reading that? I'd like to find that part. You guys said we heard it. I don't remember it. Let me just see if I can't find this part. So where do we think that is? Maybe around 5 minutes?
Deserve this. We did not deserve this.
That was not what I was hoping for. I need a rest. I'm running out of time. I don't know what to do. I've been going through the journal again, looking for some kind of clue, taking notes. It all checks out, but I can't figure it out. I can't get past the barrier. And if I can't get through, I don't know what's going to happen. I doubt this will work, but I've gone back to the traditional approach. I put a pencil on the planchette and I've got paper. I'm going to try to summon his
514 is the planchette. So I'm looking for this part. She hasn't heard anything. So it was before that. Okay. So before 514.
already, and I'm nowhere closer to a decision. I'm not sure what good it'll do, but I'm going to attempt a traditional seance. Out to him, strong enough. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me. Move with me. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me. Move with me. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me. Move with me. My beloved, I bring you gifts from life to death. Commune with me. Move with me. My beloved, oh my beloved, have you not worried so over my soul? We might yet be together. Oh, John, if fate hadn't dealt us such a blow. But no, it was not fate, for that soul was very warm. If not for her, I would not have hung from the branches of that.
So, okay, you're right. It is there. It's clear. It's just, it's not the spirit talking. It's Anne Rothman talking. So, is it our understanding then that even though it sounds like she's fine, she's channeling the ghost? Because she's not reading from the... She's not reading from the journal now. This part here, my beloved, she's channeling the ghost at this point. She doesn't realize she's saying this. I guess so. Okay, she's just reading it so calmly. It felt to me like she was just doing her chant. But she must have gasped and then had the spirit inside her, and she doesn't even realize it. Or maybe she does realize it, but it's not Ben. Okay, good. Good. Okay, that was pretty intense, but we learned some new stuff. We learned that Alice Parker wants the tree burned down, that there was a demon. I guess I'm going to write a little summary of what we learned. She wants tree burned down. She says John was tricked by a demon who took their soul. And it sounds like maybe the demon has come back, gives you 1 year to make a decision. And in the end, you give an item to save someone, something like that. All right. Well, we'll just keep that in our records. Okay. Did we find the unidentified word we couldn't make out in the transcript? I don't think we saw anything of import. We heard like some gasps and some gra, maybe like we heard something like that. Where did we hear? Was there another word we didn't hear? John, she screams. Sobbing. That's what we got. I don't think if there was another word that we didn't decode, let me know. It seems like everything we could have is in here. Nothing critical. All right. So let's take a breath here. Oh, I see not all my lights came on. There we go. All right. Okay, deep breath. That was a little stressful. Now, Jonathan Warner was saying in the channel that we should stop going through the website for a bit and go through the physical documents again, because the website seems to have photos and information about them, and I think Jonathan Warner was right that we should go through our physical documents first so that we don't have any of it spoiled by the website, and so that we can better identify what on the website is stuff we don't know what it is. Perry says, is there something we should be taking away from this recording? Well, we did learn a few more pieces of information from the recording about this contract, where I think you've got a year to decide, and then you have to decide whether you're going to fulfill this contract by giving something to bring something back. And this is the first time we've heard about a demon. All right, let's go through our documents, which we have not looked at yet. We just basically took a short look through in the beginning. Let's try to separate them out into groups here. All right, so it looks like we've got 3 pages of parcel ownerships. Boy, these pages are very fragile. They're very old. And you'll remember there was something very weird about them. So we've got 1818 to 1943. 1944 to 2070. Maybe that's just that the page has got enough space that there aren't really entries. And then we've got the last page, 1692 to 1817. So I guess it's just in a different order. Let's put them in order. And look what's down at the bottom. Custodian of record, the messenger. That's creepy. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. 1692 to 1817. Is this... Why is there 3 columns? Frida and no date. Santos, Jamel, Kenny, Kaufman, Moreno. Well, we do have a bunch of last names. I wonder if that would be helpful. Here we've got something crossed out. Crossed out. Well, look, here's a Warren. Molly Warren. So we know that September 22nd, 1692 is when the hangings happened. So that would be the start of this ledger. Parker is this woman's name. We know that Mary Warren's mother, our woman, was accused of killing. I wonder if Mary Warren's mother was Molly. All right, let's just do this from an overview perspective. So we've got this ownership. We're not really sure what these 3 columns mean. Is it just a list like this? Is it list like this? It's not showing who sold to who, it doesn't look like. But maybe it is. Maybe this person sold to this person, sold to this person. We don't know. Let's just look for any other stuff. So we've got a couple of names, Parker and Warren, and then we've got some new people like this Rothman, who could be an ancestor. Let's just look at whether, and then we've got a couple other people writing in the book, which we could try to write down all their names. I actually did write down some notes. Let's just look at that before we moved on. E. Sims was one. Bullock was another one. Flores, Berminer, Christopher, Burnett. Okay, so if you see one of those, jump out. Otherwise, we could just scan this, looking for any names that sound familiar. Let me put this on a split screen so I can read it from the screen here. Okay, there's a Torres. I don't have specific dates. These are all names. Parcel ownership. Is one of these supposed to be a parcel name? Or is it just saying this parcel went from this hand to this hand, etc.? Does anyone see Alice Parker or Parker, relative of Parker? Let me see with the chat. Those are the years. Are there 50 rows per 50 columns, you mean? 1692 to 1817. Okay. So 25. This would be 25 years you'd be looking for. No, 25 plus 100. 125 years. If it went from 1692, 8 years to the 1700, then 100 years plus 17, 125 years. But these names never stay the same, so it can't be that they're recording every year who owns something, because then you would have names that don't change if it stayed in someone's hands for a year. So I don't know what this is, but we can count and estimate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So about 126 entries. Well, that would match with this. 1 entry per year. Contract is for 1 year. That's kind of weird to me. Like, wouldn't you expect some names to keep ownership? All right, but it does look like there are about 125 and 125. Okay, well, let's keep going. Here's 1818 to 1943. Okay. Again, we've got 125 years and 125 entries. Okay, I see a Christopher. I guess we know dates of some of these things, right? So BB 1929. So if we know 1929 would be 20 up from here. Let's see if there's a BB 20 up. Depending on whether it's like this or like this, what would you expect? 1929 was BB. And Claire, 1996. But let's see, where would 1929 be? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Somewhere in here, if it was this way. Okay, if it was this way, it would be somewhere. If it was going like this, then BB. I'm just working on a theory that the people writing in the book were prior owners. Bruno Birch. Is it BB or BR? My records say BB. Well, my record is fairly definitive about it being BB. There's Castaneda in 1971. Well, let's just see. If BB is 1929, if I'm right, I guess you want to know if I'm right, huh? Before we waste time on it. Now let's find our BB from 1929. I should have written down the page number. Claire is 1996. Okay, here's our BB 1929. Okay, so now, depending on the order, here we have a BB. There may be more. Let's just focus in on this one for a second. If this is ordered vertically, and we say, if this is 1929, then we have 1930, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. So what have we learned here? We have learned the order of the names. The channel was smart to figure out. I think it was Shazner who was right about there being an entry for each year. We now believe that they go from top to bottom, left to right. So this is 1818. This is 1943. And our hunch that the writers in this diary are parcel owners, possibly of the land of Mary Warren. I think that's what we're looking at. That, well, in 1692, I guess, it wasn't owned by Mary Warren, because at 1692, this, I guess they didn't, well, it's interesting that there are these marks here for Mary Warren. But if our theory is right, that this is all from a single parcel of land, and not Alice's land, but the Mary Warren's land, Mary Warren's mother. But it's weird that she's not up there in 1692. I'm not sure what to make of that, but let's see if we can't confirm our theory with the other dates. We've got a Claire in 1996, and we've got a Flores, but the Flores was speaking Italian. And she was talking about a different country, so it didn't seem like she was a co-owner of the land. But let's see. Let's see if we can find Claire in 1996. Oh, I see. It's not a parcel of land. Haha. The channel is correcting me. It's not a parcel of land. Jonathan is the one who said it first. Jonathan says, I think the parcel is the package we've received, not the land. I think it makes complete sense, because you've got a year. We heard her say in the audio, I've got a year. Jonathan says, Jesse, did you order this directly from the company? Uh-oh. I'm scared to do this now. So here's 1692. 1818 to 1943. 1944 to 2020. Oh, thank God my name's not on the list. Thank God. Let's see. We think there's 25 per thing, right? So 1994, 1969, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1990, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I forget if I've counted. But it stops way ahead of our current date. So it has not continued down into the 2020s. So this would be, all right, so it's not future time, not a future time, even though it says 2070, it doesn't, no one has received it in the future. Let me just hold this up to the light and make sure there's no writing there. Okay, so 69, and then from 70, we would get here, we would be in the 69, 1970 to 1995. What's going on here? How is this going up to 70? We said 125. Oh, there's 40. I don't know why I was saying there's 25. We were saying there's 42 per thing. Okay, so 86, and then 220 something would be down here. Okay, so the list stops. I guess you want to know, when does the list stop? Is our girl who made the tape on there? That's a very good question. Doesn't look like it. And Rothman would be 93. Maybe she's what would come here. Well, oh, there she is. Oh, look. Is this Mark here? Because so there is 93 and 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2010, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2019. Okay, so it stops at 2019. And does this mark the people who said yes? So parcel 2019 is the last one. Let's just write down. We've got Anna Rothman with her X next to it, unless that's crossing off some other name like Ben, like she chose Ben. That's 1993. Let's mark all the let's record all the people. There's our B. That's not our BB. That's a different BB. Let's record all the people that have their crosses, though. So Brian Boyle. Where is he? 94, 95, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1984. Who else got crossed off? Here's our original from 1962. Well, there's Molly Warren. Huh. Let's go backwards from here. Shannon Miller. We saw her in the book. 1942 she would be. And then we've got what looks like Violer Cross. Then Charlie Werner, I'm going backwards. Some weird thing here. And then here, what does that say? Abigassel? What a weird name this is. Abigassel. Pierce Becerri? That's a very strange name. Okay. Twenty, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, 1842. Shannon was 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. 20. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1906. Charlie Werner. All right, let's so you can see this. Okay. And then backing up to our last set here. We've got Celsa Maze. Then we've got Molly Warren. Then we've got R.S. Schwab. Okay, now the dates of these, let's record. 1692, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 1700, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 1719 was R.S. Schwab. 20, 21, 22, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42. 1742 was Molly Warren. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's 1800. 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, 92. So 1792 was Cecilia. All right. There is some weird smudge here. There's also some weird kind of writing here. Just looks like lines back and forth. DJ Moneycut says it doesn't look like anything is scratched out. Let's take a closer look at that with our good close-up camera, please. It kind of looks like an SK 414. Almost looks like a number, like 5414 or something, or nines. Hard to say. But the one we know the most about is Anne. So let's look at Anne's. Where is Anne's? Right here. Anna Rothman. It kind of looks like something's written, but it's certainly doesn't say Ben. It's a longer thing than that. Any connection with the sequence? Anna goes next to Gillen. Doesn't quite make any sense to me. There's some marks on a couple of these, but we don't see it. So Anna, we know, said yes. So let's just mark her. She said yes. My guess is that these marks are the people that said yes. If that's true, then not everyone who wrote in the book is going to be marked. The other people, so we found our BB 1929, right? So BB 1929, who is on our list here. Brian Boyle, we found on our list. Where did we find him? 1929 should be halfway up here. Oh, it was. Why do I have Bruno Boyle in? Oh, Bruno Boyle was 1984. Okay, that Brian Boyle was 1984. That's not our BB. Our BB is Bruno Birch. Birch. Why is that familiar? Why is Birch familiar to me? Was that a different game? That was a different game. So there's our 1929. I'm going to make a new page for parcel names in diary. So we think our 1929 was Bruno Birch. That's what he's spelling. If it does indeed say Birch, B-U-R-C-H. Okay, and he doesn't have a cross off, so maybe he said no. Can we find, who else do we have dates for in our book? Claire, 1996. Let's see if we can't find Claire, 1996. So, where did we say it ended? 42 or 43 puts us at 87, 88, 89, 90, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we not have a Claire? Jesse, check Anna's last two comments. Okay, let's see. Are there that many items in the package? As many marks, I mean. Anna gave her cassette tape, I guess. Jesse, that's an interesting idea. DJ Moneycut says, I saw K. Castaneda. That's a good question, Anna. All right, remind me. Let me come back. But I want to find. Let me find Claire. What was our Castaneda date? We've got a Burnett and Burnett. Looks like I didn't write down the Castaneda. Flores was 1875. (1875) would put it in this column. Is there a Flores here? Flores. Winston Flores. Is that our 1875? Let's see. 42, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 57, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's really messing with me that I'm not getting this numbering right. I gotta write down how many are in each column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42. Okay, so 42 per column. That's what I thought it was, but then that puts this in the wrong place. It's 42 per column. Then we starting off here. Oh, I see. 1960. I added wrong. Okay, so 60, 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Flores. Okay, so Flores is in the right place. Winston Flores. Okay, 1975. And then where is our Claire, 1996? So 1996 should be on this page. We should be starting here with 86. 87, 88, 89, 90, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is Christine Perez. Have I written wrong that it's Claire instead of Christine? Kind of important for us to get these ground rules right. There's our Castaneda. (1971). We'll check that in a second. Looks like we've got another one here with a date that we didn't record. Dion, 2005. And then someone, 1979, 1974. That might be important for us to identify who this is that's writing. Given a year now, we can figure out, well, here's another one we didn't quite write down. 1809 Burnett. That's Burnett. I don't know if we really need to find all these, but I'd like to find a couple more. Christopher doesn't have a date. There's our Flores. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for Claire. So what's gone wrong with us here? Can someone explain this to me? This says ashes to ashes, dust to dust, Claire, 1996. But 1996 is not Claire. This would be 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. Sorry, I guess I got it. I guess this last one is 86. 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. That's our Anna. 94, 95, 96. Am I writing it down wrong? What's going wrong? Why do we have a 1996 entry for Claire? Can someone help me out here? What do we think is happening? Let me check in chat. The image on the website of that ledger plate page is different. Claire is there, 1996. The image on the website is different. You think you're saying Claire is on the corrected website image? All right, we can look for that in a second. Even though you're not supposed to be looking on the website without me. Are 1809, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. There's our Sydney Burnell. Okay, so that one is also. All right, so most of the people, all the people writing in the book seem to be on the list. What distinguishes the one with marks, we don't know. Although we know that this is when our witch got killed, when it all started. I say witch with all due respect to Alice Parker. I'm not saying she actually is a witch. And we know that Anna Rothman said yes. Okay, so we're going to take a break soon, but Shazner says, check the website and you'll see that the parcel history, wrapped parcel, unwrapped parcel. Boy, you got to be careful looking at this. This feels like this is just showing us things that I guess we know because we looked at it. Okay, but then the ownership covenant we haven't read yet. So we shouldn't be looking at this website until we go through others. But you're saying the last page is different, huh? Signed by the messenger. And then he says, I'm the last one on here. Sean Lyons, he says. Okay, so this person whose website we're looking at is Sean Lyons. Interesting. All right. And then Shazner was saying this list is actually different because Claire is at 96. Let's see if that's right. There's Anne. There's Claire Randall. at 96 where she should be. 94, 95, 96. So if you compare the two, which is kind of interesting, Pamela Barry, Sophia's the same, Larissa's the same, Tori. And something's gone wrong here. Church is there, and then all Sierra is there, but then Gilliam Marquez got flipped for Anna Rothman. Weird. Maybe that's a typo here. I mean, maybe they realized they made a mistake here. And then if we go down, Frederick Vance, and then Carson Gay, Taylor O'Neill. Well, where Claire is after Dunn. So where we have Christine Perez, they have Claire Randall. Okay, that seems like it's probably just a typo, right? Let's just make sure there aren't multiple. Well, Russell Shellen is on both, but he seems to be marked on the website one. That's kind of creepy, huh? Let's look at page 2. Page 2. We've got someone seem to be marked on page 2. Well, it's interesting. This one has a mark on Shannon Miller like we have, but then here, where we have Skylar, on the website one, we've got Henry, and he seems to have the mark. Similarly, we have a mark for Vieller Cross, and the website has no mark. Is this person even in the website one? Let me see where this is on the list. I guess it's pretty far down. Okay, see, yeah, Vieller Cross is on the website one, but no mark. All right, it's probably not important. If anyone disagrees, let me know. But we're just looking here. Molly is certainly marked in both of them. It looks like we've got an additional person marked on the website one as well. Cecilia is marked, but also we've got a missing person here. Els Huber is not on the website list. Instead, R.S. Schwab is on it and marked. All right, well, we have to at least consider the idea that there's some important fact that this is different. Maybe this just means this is not the same parcel that Sean got and we got. I'm not sure why there would be differences other than corrections. Jasper says, I feel like it'd be important to confirm if these are typos are significant. Maybe the ones that have marks on both are the ones to pay attention to. Shazzer says, makes me think the mark is maybe irrelevant. I'm kind of guessing that if you had to guess, I'm kind of guessing that after they released it they realized there were some people in the book that should be marked. Did we have, remind me, did we have any names that were marked in our version that weren't marked in the website version? I can't remember. Let's not overly worry about it for now. We are taking our time with this because we're enjoying this game so much. But let's not go crazy trying to figure out what's a typo, what's a fix. DJ Moneycut does point out it does make hard to check Anna's idea that there's one item per mark. If we go by our thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see 9 marks. That match with my recording here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and then if you look at the items, we have pictures 1, poker chip is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 items, not including the parcel and the letters, which maybe count. So who knows? It's a clever idea, though. All right. So I'm not sure I would say the marks are random. I think they still might tell us who said yes. That's still my guess. But I would say that it may be not important for us to figure out who said yes. That might not be important for us yet, at least. Okay, it's time for us to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've poured myself a little espresso shot. If you want a little mug like this, a little tiny cup, you can get it. There's a link. I think there's a link in the about, not in the about page, on the community tab of YouTube. I posted a link to it on Zazzle. I don't get any money for it. You're just paying the cost to Zazzle. They're going to get some money for it. Okay. We've discussed we're going to go about 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer if we're in the middle of a puzzle. We're 2 hours and 50 minutes in now. We've been proceeding slowly, but that's because I want to savor this experience. We went through the parcel. We found some names that are somewhat, a little bit of a discrepancy with the website version. I don't know if that just means that there are multiple parcels floating around. I thought this was land parcel. The channel says dummy. It's obviously this parcel that we've received in the mail. Let's continue going through the documents that came in addition to the parcel ownership, because there's some very interesting things here. The next set seem to be these square pages that look like blueprints. Try to uncrease them a little bit. All right, let's see what we've got here. So let me clear my desk a little bit here. All right, so three sets of blueprints look like for the same building, different floors to me, but it could be the same building over time. I'm not sure. DQ, EG, XF. don't know the order, but we could try to organize them. If you look at this one close up, it says cold storage and wine cellar. So this looks like basement. Next up, we have kitchen, billiard room, garden. And here on this one, we have, looks like people's bedrooms to me. So it would be natural that this is ground floors. So I think we're looking at basement, ground floor, second floor in this order. Let's look at them now. It says, an awful noise came from the boiler room in bold on this third night after receiving this wretched parcel. I hear your whispers, your giggles. I followed your footsteps to the wine cellar, but nothing. Your taunts, Jacob, send shivers. I remember when we made these very plans. We built this palace brick by brick, but I lost you to my greed. Oh, how I wish I could go back. Okay, so wine cellar, cold storage, boiler room. So she's saying an awful noise came from the boiler room. Followed your footsteps. We don't see any footsteps, but you could imagine the path it would take to get to the wine cellar. It could be a symbol for us, if that's a clue. But nothing. Your taunts send shivers. I remember when we made these very plans. I guess she's talking about the plans of the house. This sounds like a wife who lost her husband to her greed, for whatever that means. And XF, we don't know what that means, but we do know that we can trace from boiler room to wine cellar. Not a unique path, though, but a path that has the same basic shape no matter how you do it. All right, let's look at the next entry. To my surprise, last eve, the wind swept open my doors, upon which I discovered a strange parcel. Sitting in the center of the entrance hall. I reached down to inspect it, but a rush of noise shocked me to the core. I raced out to the garden, but not a thing was out of place, just a horrifying chill in the air. Then I looked around and saw him, my son, Jacob, peering at the first floor gallery window. Peering out of the first floor gallery window. She went into the garden. She sees him peering out of the gallery window. Jacob, my son, why must you play these tricks on my wearied mind? You visit night after night, but you're gone. I once heard you again in the cloakroom. And you chased me out to the fountain. I should have never opened it. Just leave me to die. Whoever you are, take these plans, just take them and take my son's pain away. Take these plans. Is this what she's giving to the parcel? Take my son's pain away. Okay, and here's the third floor. No, that's the one we just read. Okay. Oh, hold on a second. Entrance hall garden, EG. Boiler room wine cellar, not XF. Interesting. Okay. Let's look at this one. Damn my eyes if I didn't see him again tonight. I was having a nightcap in the sitting room. When he appeared next to me. He quickly vanished and I heard the crying. I rushed to his chamber. And there he was. Oh, this dreadful life. It has been ages since I shared this space with him. DQ. Okay. This seems like the first one. She discovered a parcel, but maybe not. And then she says, Jacob, my son, you're gone. Take the pain away. And then maybe this one happened next. I lost you to my greed. I wish I could go back. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe this one was next. Let's make sure there's nothing on the backs of these. Doesn't look like it. Any theories about the letters? The letters have to mean something. Is it some code? We don't know. But the bolded, she's clearly giving us some bolded, these information is important. And it seems to be like giving us paths. This one is, she was in the sitting room. Let's go close up a little bit. She was in the sitting room and rushed to the chamber. It's another little kind of S. Maybe it's a shape. I don't know. But sitting room to chamber looks like that would be the quickest path, like this. Right? In. Like maybe I made this too long. Like, so that would be on the DQ page. That path from start to finish. Okay. Then this path is two paths. He said it was in the entrance hall and then went out, which is here, and then went out to the garden. We don't know, how does she get to the garden from here? Hard to know. Maybe this way. So just to sketch it out. Like that. Okay. And then she goes, she says, I heard you in the cloakroom and chased me out to the fountain. So in this case, I don't know how you'd get out from the cloakroom to the fountain. It doesn't feel like now that the paths are important. Maybe it's just DGCF. Don't know. Any theories in the chat? Chat says, draw the paths, spell a word or numbers. Maybe the paths form letters and the letters plus the ones in the corner are anagrams. I know we're not supposed to be looking at the website. It helps to follow along anyway. There's a supplemental material from Sean for each one, including these 4 patterns. Yeah, let's not be looking at the website yet. We're not in any rush. We can use the website last. DJ Moneycut says, good point. If we need a Q, if we have a Q, we're going to need a U. I'm a little, like, there are subtle clues that it's not going to be the path, like ambiguous ways to get from one place to another. So if I had to guess, I would guess it's not going to be the path. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't extra letters, though, like E, H, G, and gallery, G, like maybe some of these things, but let's not worry about it for now. That's that. We have no great initial theories about it. Let's just put it aside for now. Let's see what else we got. So we've got some letters. Let's look at what this, whoa, ownership covenant. This looks like it's going to tell us the rules of this parcel. This is pretty exciting for us. This may be the thing that we've been looking for to tell us what our responsibilities are. Upon receipt of this parcel, the possessor will be wholly bound to this covenant, whereby the possessor will be given 1 calendar year to make a choice, which will determine the fate of themselves or another. Within the calendar year, the possessor must choose whether to make an offering, adding it to this parcel. The offering must possess sentimental value to the possessor and another who is deeply connected. Upon expiration of the calendar year, the possessor will be visited to relinquish custody of this parcel and to execute their chosen fate. The possessor must adhere to these rules. There will be no extensions of the calendar year deadline. That's part 1. Part 2, there will be no exchanges of the offering after the calendar year deadline. 3, there will be no involvement with a third party of this covenant. Have I broken the rule? I got good news and bad news for you. The good news is I haven't broken the covenant, that we're all together as one. The bad news is we're all involved in this. If you're watching this YouTube stream, you're part of this. Part 4 gives us a little bit of extra incentive to solve this before we get sucked into it. Part 4, the calendar year begins immediately following the receipt of this parcel. I got this a couple weeks ago, so we've got, thank God it hasn't sat on the shelf for a year. But okay, so we've got some time. This covenant will be considered broken. Also, will be considered, this covenant will be considered broken, and all parties will be subject to penalties if any of the above rules have been broken by the possessor. All right, well, this is terrifying. On the other hand, it doesn't really say what our choice is or what the penalties are. We get to execute their chosen fate, but it doesn't tell us what options are. Maybe we're going to get that next. Okay, here we have this. This is pretty creepy. Oh boy, I see the word sacrifice. Oh no, this is someone's little origami folding. All right, let's see what this says. Matthew, my love, I am leaving you this letter in hopes you will find it as soon after my departure. I will always remember the dawns we shared together at this very spot when our secret was safe. You mustn't come for me, Matthew. Stay far away from Potter and his men. One sacrifice is enough. Just promise to keep me always in your heart. It is not your fault, my love. Remember, you can always find me when you close your eyes. Your truest love, Cecilia. Cecilia. So this is going to be one of our people who got this parcel, put this in, I guess. It has to be something sentimental to her and to one other. I think maybe your choice is whether you survive or they survive or something like that. And there is a symbol on the back. Might this symbol, if our theory is right, that symbol should correspond to a word. But what word would it be? How would we know? How would we know what to map this to? Stay away from Potter and his men. One sacrifice is enough. One second origami thing. You might imagine that it should be the thing that's under this. You will or you. All right. Well, let's just put this aside for now. Let's continue. We've got a couple more sheets here. We've got 3 more things. Let's start with this one. Okay. Nothing on the back. All right. The channel is calling me. Let's see. Jesse, check. Was there a watermark on the covenant page? No, not really. Can you see it? Let's see if I can. We should have like a bright. I mean, yeah, I see a little bit of something. Like almost like a diagram. Not a diagram, almost like a drawing. But I can't tell if it's just, it's also bumpy there. It's almost like it's just a pattern of water damage. Like it kind of looks like something, but you can see that it also feels like it just could be water damage. Like they all have things that come from the water damage. Although that's a debatable one. All right, well, we'll come back to it later if maybe it's the name of the demon. Okay, October 25th, 1797. It's a patent application from the United States Secretary of State. Dear Mr. Schwab, it is with regret once again that your patent application has been rejected. Therefore, under these circumstances, the office is unable to register your invention named Life Sustainability Elixir Distillation Apparatus, and a corresponding patent will not be issued. Furthermore, your previous attempts to patent this apparatus, as stated in the past correspondence, has also been rejected by this office. The following is a list of all attempts made by you, as well as the status of each attempt. $17.97. Unfortunately, it has now become our policy to ignore any and all future patent registration attempts made by you. It is our recommendation to pursue other alternatives. Harold Grant, office clerk. So we've got a bunch of application numbers. Life Sustainability Elixir apparatus. Previous attempts for the same thing have been rejected. In the past correspondence, doesn't tell us when though. Like, are these all during that year? This Schwab, I believe, is one of our people. I wonder if he sucked Harold Grant into this as well. Yeah, has this guy doomed Harold Grant? It seems like maybe this is related to this. Yes, it is. Okay, so we've got another piece of paper related to... In fact, I think we might have another piece of paper related to that previous Matthew. So maybe we have two for each. Let's see what he's got here. Here's patent application 04382. 04382. Here's this one here. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. R.S. Schwab, inventor. Life Sustainability Elixir distillation process using sunlight and a Schwab chamber. White dead nettle plant dried combined with H2O and sunlight generate a particle drip 12 here. So sunlight comes in to the dead nettle plant, drips a particle drip into 12 into the Schwab chamber to produce waste product 6 and life sustainability elixir 14. And then we've got a whole bunch of symbols. Which we don't know what to make of them. Are these telling us that these are the symbols and their words? Or are we meant to figure that out? I don't see any of the two symbols that we know how to decode, except that one looks a little bit similar to the one we decoded. Let me see this for a second. No, that's not our symbol. Our symbols are here that we've already solved. I don't see any of them here. In fact, I see two triangles. No, they're different. That triangle has a line at the bottom. Okay. There is a 5, and we did see a 5 in our journal, as Delia says. That points out, and R. Schwab is in our ledger. All right. On the back of this, nothing. Well, these two go together, but we don't know what this is, and one has to wonder whether he was trying to get out of this covenant. Okay, so some puzzle of some sort, we don't know. Now, I think this one that says Matthew, my love, from Cecilia is actually related to our last document. This is our last document here. Because here's a letter to Cecilia from Matthew. No date, so we don't know yet whether it came before or after. Dearest Cecilia, Chat is trying to catch my attention. Let's see. I think Delia might have solved the puzzle. Arrow down in the journal had a 5, so maybe we should follow all the arrows in the journal. 5 down. Okay, I'm not. Maybe we should follow all the arrows in the journal. Okay, well, let's return to that. I'm not sure how that's a complete set of instructions, how to do that, but we can return to that in a second. Let's do this last document first so we know what we're working on. Dearest Cecilia, all I have ever wanted was to hold you in my arms. I don't care what the others say or that society will not allow us to be together. I love you, Cecilia. I'm ashamed to have not acted. I will forever be tormented by the look in your eyes when they took you away. I write this letter knowing the truth that it will never reach you. To attempt your rescue from the Potter plantation will most certainly be your death, and knowing that will be the death of me. I have failed you, Cecilia. I pray a miracle will come to visit me this night, for it may be my last. Yours forever, Matthew. So what we're looking at here are slaves that were taken and separated, or one person is a slave at the Potter plantation. He says, if I try to rescue you, it will mean your death. He's praying for a miracle because it might be his last. And now if we do that, if we look back at her note, let me see if it makes more sense. She says, I'm leaving you this letter in hopes you will find it soon after my departure. I'll always remember the dawn we shared together at this very spot when our secret was safe. You mustn't come for me. Stay away from Potter, the plantation. One sacrifice is enough. Promise to keep me always in your heart. It's not your fault. Remember, you can always find me when you close your eyes. Okay, so then on the back of Matthew's note, which he says it might be my last night, we have this. So it may be that this somehow goes with this. They're the same size paper. What have we got here? Yeah, it looks like this is read this way. This is read this way. These two you read this way, these upside down. So it feels like maybe if we knew how this folds, like if we fold this way, then these all become readable. And this becomes, no, not this one. All right, well, possibly something like that. All right, so those go together, and this goes together. So, we don't quite know what to do with the blueprints. We don't quite know what to do with Matthew and Cecilia's letter. But a proposal has been made to make sense of this somewhat. So let us try to at least see what Celia was saying. We have an arrow. Here's our first arrow here. It's not the 5 arrow, but here's our 5 down arrow. And this does look quite a bit like that 5, although actually this looks more like its own symbol than a 5. It's similar to a 5. It looks more like a symbol that looks reminiscent of a 5. But these two definitely look similar. So, but our first arrow is here. If we look at our arrows, we've got a right arrow, a 5 down arrow. Then we've got a right arrow. We've got nothing. 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 Down arrow. and not really attached to a word. Then there was another one here, right? An up arrow. Although this one looks like it might be connected with speak. Bearing, I guess this arrow could be connected to a word if you think so. And I don't think we have arrows after that we can see. So, do you have a proposal for how we use these? Like our first arrow is to the right. So I'm not sure how you propose to use these. Now, what about the idea that the arrow is connected to the word? I know not of these spells. So let's look at the words we've got here. See if we can make some sense out of what we're working with. Drip, storm, time, magic, moon, stop, stare, book, die, wind, gold, root, drink, air, tears, weak, flash, fire, iron, eat, water, bind, ice, stone, end, blend or bond, echo, cast, eye. So I see air, fire, water. No earth, though. Any duplicate words? It could be that this is just giving us symbols for words, and one of them is going to be useful to us. If we are smart enough to realize which symbol we need, we would get the word for that symbol. Feels a little too obvious, and this 5 is strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 by 5. Want to look at our map here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's not right. Let's see what the chat thinks. Maybe we keep moving in the direction till we hit another arrow. It would make more sense if we followed the steps of the invention somehow. Water is part of the contraption. It's dripping. And we did get sunlight. Let's look at this again. There's a plant. 4. It's weird the order of things, though. Combined with water and sunlight. So we do have water. The sunlight. It's not really fire, though. What would we use for sunlight? Well, the nettle plant combined with water and sunlight. Okay, so let's say you say water was the first step, or step 4, I guess, or item 4. Goes in the chamber, produces waste product. We don't know what that is. Okay, doesn't make sense. These numbers are odd, like 4, 12, 3, 6, 14. Why are there not intermediate steps? I don't know. So let's back up for a second. The best guiding principle we have in general, or everyone let go of this puzzles for a second. Let's just stop for a second. Whatever your mind is working on trying to solve a puzzle, let's let go of it for a second and just talk. We've got a bunch of what are clearly puzzles for us to work on. And we still have some website stuff we could look at. But our best bigger picture is that we're trying to figure out the meaning of symbols. We don't know how, if we had a full set of meaning for symbols, we still wouldn't know what to do. But it does feel like that's what we're trying to do. If we're right, then what we're looking for is probably a way to get a symbol out of this, a single symbol. Maybe that would mean identifying the one of these that's right. And then if we figured out it was this one, we would know this symbol means this. Or this gives us a lot of symbols. And do we think these numbers mean anything? This puzzle seems like it's a little ambiguous for us to make sense of. This one feels a little more manageable. Although Delia is saying the arrows are on journal pages, there must be some relevance to that, which I agree with. The arrows show up on journal pages. There are numbers, which I think are page numbers, where the arrows appear. I need Jesse to look in the journal if that's true. We know this is page 1, if you want to look at that for a second. This is page 1. All right, we can write down, we can certainly write down what we know about the arrows in case it's useful to us at some point. All right, let's spend a moment dealing with getting some notes for our arrows. This is page 1. We know because we know how to line up page 10 with the answer. So on page 3, we have a right arrow under the word not. All right. And then on page 4, we have a 5, or not a 5, a symbol, and then a down arrow. Doesn't look like it's tied to a word, but maybe it's tied to this symbol. That's page 4. 2, 3, 4. Page 5, no arrows. Page 6, we have an arrow. It's a right arrow. We don't really know what word it would be associated with, but if any, I guess bearing, but that seems to be it. 6, 7, 8, 9. There's our page 10. Page 11. Page 12 has a down arrow. 13, nothing. 14 has an up arrow. I guess if that was associated with a word, it would be with speak. If the down arrow was associated with the word, it would be what. you had to associate a word with the right arrow, it would be bearing. Okay, so 14 was our up arrow speak. Is that our last arrow? Hmm. We want to consider this. It's not in the right place like all the other ones are. A bit weird. I don't know what page number it is. I'm just going to put a question mark. Oh, what's this? I think we forgot about these arrows. Remember, she tells him to bring the ring, put the ring with her writing. Check Jesse, see Delia, and Nicholas comments. Okay, let's see. The numbers in the pattern are definitely page numbers. It also starts from 4, which is the one where we have the symbol reference. Good job, Delia and Nicola. 14 should be the last one if our symbol holds up. If we start from the 5 symbol and follow the arrows in the order given by the pattern, we end up on book, I think. So maybe we just get 5 is book. Okay, let's see if I'm following this. The numbers in the patent are page numbers. So you're saying page 4, page 12, page 6, and page 14. Let me see. 1, 2. Okay, so page 3 is for the page 3 has an arrow and it corresponds to this thing. Well, I guess we made our list right here. Let's use it. So page 3 has an arrow. Page 4 has an arrow. Page 6 has an arrow. Page 12 has an arrow. Page 14 has an arrow. So this list, 3, 4, 6, 12, 14 matches exactly 3, 6, 4, 12, 14. Okay, that is a very good catch. This also points out some value to writing out lists of information, because by having this explicitly here, it made it easier to track it to this. Okay, so what does this, given that we've now connected these with page numbers, each step gives us an arrow. So do you think it means 5 go down, then go right, then go down, then go up. So I don't think these are related. What is the 5 down? This is the one thing that, the one page that doesn't just have an arrow. So you're saying if we started here and we follow the arrows, we get right down, up, and we end up on book. But how bizarre would that be to start here and go right one and then have a 5 down? Unless we think that 5 has nothing to do with the arrow. Is it just 1, 2, 3, 4? Why would that symbol be there? Might not be a 5, it could just be the symbol, but how does that help us? Five is the symbol at the top left of the grid. It's a hint of where to start. Yeah, but that's the part that makes no sense. Because it's not where we start from arrows. We start on page 3 with a right arrow. This theory would work if our first arrow was here, 5 down. Then you would say, okay, you start at the 5 and you go down, right, down, up, and then you get star. But it makes no sense to start here, but this first instruction tell you to go right. And then your next instruction says 5 this. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. And secondly, okay, let's say we can come to an agreement about this being steps that take us on a path and end up somewhere. What do we think that gives us? Does it give it a symbol and its word? Is that what we're thinking? That the end result is a single true symbol and word? It's reasonable, but boy, is that I mean, it's hard to, I guess if we're convinced that our general solution to all our puzzles is a single word and a single symbol, it makes sense that it could tell us which of these is right. I still need some explanation of, I mean, it kind of makes sense to start here because it's the one thing that looks different. But the fact that the 5 is on the second page, unless we say this is irrelevant, that this is just on the page for no reason, which I really don't like. If you did that, if you said this is not relevant, you said this is not relevant to the arrow puzzle, then you could just say, okay, start here, go right, go down, go right, go down, go up, and then you end up with book. All right. Let's see what the chat is trying to tell me I'm misunderstanding. The machine tells the order. Right 4 is the start, not 3. Nicolette earlier comment explained this. You go by the order of the steps in the pattern diagram. Okay, let me see if I can make sense of what you're saying. You're saying you start at step 4, which is this. You start by following the arrow on step 4, which is telling us start here and go down. And then you go to the next step, which is 12. Page 12 tells us go down. So you go down again. Okay. Then you go to the Schwab chamber 3, which tells us to go right. Okay. Then it produces waste product 6, which is to go right. And then that goes to step 14, which tells us to go up, which puts us on book. That's pretty clever. That's pretty clever. Don't follow this order. Why would you? Follow this order, and the steps are pages, which tell us where to go. And the first step is 4, which is why this entry is special. It's telling us where to start our first arrow. Okay, I like it. I like it. All right, so our answer then to this puzzle, we think, is giving us another symbol keyword, which is book, and this symbol. So there's our next symbol. And maybe we should write down where we got this from in case we need to back up. Elixir patent. Okay, so I think so. I think so. Now we've got 3 symbols and we're done with this, and we think Harold Grant may have gotten sucked into this. Now, should we check the parcels? Because I'm very curious. It doesn't go from one parcel to another person to another, right? There's our Schwab. And he did do whatever needs to be done. Or maybe this is... Yeah, okay. Unless we think that these marks are all people who've put something in the parcel, in which case Molly Warren might have put this one in. I don't know. Okay, so, but there's no sign that Harold Grant got sucked into this. All right, so I think we've solved that one. Good work, Nicola, Delia, and everyone else. Now, regarding this, the channel is agreeing with me about the folding. The folding of this was like this. Okay, so this is how we got it. It's a good indication in real detective work. You better make sure you can recreate how something was. So we could recreate this, and maybe we'll get a message. All right, we're going to do it here. This is the first time we've had to actually mess with a document. But this is asymmetrically folded. So how are we going to decide how to align it. Should we align it just as if these are here? All right, let's try it. I double check the flight map in the journal. I'm not even going to pay attention to that. There's no double checking things while we're working on one thing. I'm just going to ignore that. Okay, but I think we'll take a break. Shazner needs some talking to. Delia, talk to Shazner. He cannot be going off on his own doing stuff. All right, I realize how frustrating it may be when you solve the puzzle and I'm still working on it, but you can go off and double check it on your own, but then you can't tell us about it. All right, so let us recreate this, but feels like we need to take a break first. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've been playing for 3 hours and 54 minutes. Probably we'll do a little bit more, try to solve this letter puzzle, and then we'll call it a night. I was yelling at Shazner before for moving on to a different puzzle. I do want to confirm in the chat he was saying what he was doing, which I think is reasonable. We followed this puzzle and we ended up on book with this symbol. And what I took Shazner to be doing and saying is saying, look, we found this word book. It could either be that book belongs to this symbol, which is what I've written down, or it could be that this symbol, this bolded symbol, is what we're supposed to match to the word book. So I am going to put it on this page that it could be the 5 symbol. Possibly, but unlikely. And I took what Shazner was saying is that he looked at the flight puzzle to see if one of these two was something we probably had to decode. And he was saying, well, look, there's the book symbol, but no sign of the 5 symbol, which would seem to suggest that this is the right thing that we need to decode rather than this. But I have some disagreement with the channel. The channel seems to think that we are figuring out this, that we need to decode all of these. But I'm not 100% sure of that. But it is true that 2 of our symbols are here. That symbol is there, that symbol is there. So you are making a reasonable case that it's looking like we're going to decode these symbols, which is actually hugely significant to us. There's our musical note symbol. It does help us be on the lookout for these symbols, right? Like there's a Y, if this theory is right, we should be looking for, that we haven't found yet. This little O. So that is useful. Maybe the flight path will form a sentence mapping the symbols to words. That's a fantastic idea. That is a fantastic idea. All right. Let's not get distracted by that. We've got 3 symbols down. Then we would only need a couple of them. Yeah, interesting. That's an interesting theory. Everyone in the chat says, Nicola, that's a good idea. Okay. Let's return to our puzzle. But I feel like I need a little remedial reminder here about going off on your own, working on the puzzles. The rule of this channel is you're stuck with me. You have to work on what's in front of you on the screen. You cannot go on your own to work on puzzles on your own because that puts you asynchronous with the rest of us. And then everyone's just off on a free-for-all, each man for himself, trying to solve the different puzzles and get them all solved before we have time to work on them. So you're stuck with me. So Shazner has to have his internet access turned off between streams. All right, so now we're going to try to recreate the folds in this, to reassemble this packet as we found it, which is asymmetric. And then we're thinking this looks like a letter, a note that was left like this. We're going to recreate it and see if it reads off something, which eventually should give us a word that maps to this symbol, which you could probably figure it out just from looking this, like rope would be a good candidate. Just from looking at this, but let's try doing it. Now this is asymmetric, but if we line it up like this and refold it, we can try that. So let's try our best to recreate this fold. About right. A little off here in this corner. Okay, so we've done that, and if I have the same orientation, let me go to a wider view here. Same orientation. These go in. Okay. These go in like this. And then how does this fold? These two. It goes like this. And this goes in to the center. Okay. This goes down. Okay. This goes in, this goes down. I want to make sure I've got the orientation right still. Gotta be so frustrating watching me do these things. Okay, this goes, and then next up is it folds over. So it looks like this folds over. This folds over. And then if we turn it around for the reveal, we get nonsense. Okay. Well, that could just mean, let me just make sure I did it right. That is the fold. It does get us words spelled out. You would think it would be like this, though. So it might be that, remember, there's lots of different ways this could be up or down. Let's just make sure I did this right, and then maybe it's a different orientation. This is like this. These can open up. These can open up. It is the same orientation. If we were to do it at the same orientation with the two letters, you can see they're the same way. Let's make sure I'm not making a mistake here. So if we have both letters right side up, both folded identically, right? This goes down, this goes down, this goes up, this goes this way. Next up is kind of, okay. Oh, I'm sorry how frustrating it must be, but okay, so all of these go in. Everything's oriented properly. This goes down, so this goes down. This goes right, so this goes right. Then we get this, and then this folds over this way. This folds over this way. We get this. And if we turn over, we get this. Okay, so first let's make sure we're not perfectly done. So that's a little unnerving. But let's make sure this doesn't make some sense to us. This feels like how you would present a letter to someone. This way. Or this way. And let's make sure this doesn't say something that we don't understand. It doesn't feel like we should be looking for something so long. Unless I've reconstructed this wrong. what if I reconstructed this wrong? We may need to go to the website to make sure that this is how it was originally folded, but I believe it was. I don't think it was like, well, it could have been like this and like this. So like this or like this. But neither way do we get something reasonable. So what's our alternative theory then? It seems like the right idea. Our alternative could be that it's not, we shouldn't align these up. Oh, once again, I've done the same thing I've done a million times. I get it and I don't see that I've got it. All right. Let's recreate it. And you tell me what I'm doing wrong. So here we have it. This was the first solution. I'll just turn these both like this. And you're saying this should be like this. Okay. Okay, but how does that help us? Just flipping this like this. Okay. So there's my rope, R-O-P-E, but okay, so I've stopped here. The channel's yelling at me, stop, you've got it, but I'm not sure I can see how I get it. Okay, let me look at this for a second while the rest of the channel screams at how obvious this is. Let me go to this view so we can see it more closely here. We're looking for one word. If we open it up, where is our symbol? There. I think it's like that. So I did this. The channel says, yes, that's it. Stop. I'm just going to clear my light here. All right. So the channel has said this is it. It's stop. I should stop. This has got it. But I don't see the word it gives us. Can't be this side. If I try to read something here, what do I see? I mean, I just see my rope, R-O-P-E. I'm fixated on that, but that doesn't make sense for that to be any answer. What other words do I see here? P-E-E-L. Is there something about what's under both of these? Okay. The light has come on again, so it must be important for me to check. The bottom row is not neat, but it reads release. I see. Your R is not folded right. Okay, so you're saying this one not being folded right, I should have paid more attention to. Because, oh wait, that's a mess, isn't it? Because when we do it, boy, that's really awkward. But, okay. So, it's the folding got us. I was thinking that was a P, but you're saying because I folded it sloppy and hoped it wouldn't make a difference, it absolutely has made a difference. And the answer is RELEASE, release. Okay, well, you're right. Oh, that's tricky. Maybe that's a lesson. My sloppiness has got me in trouble once again. So maybe when I folded these and they didn't quite line up right, I should have stopped and made sure that was right. Okay, well, thank God for the channel. You have figured out it did say release. So we now have mapped another symbol. This stream is not making me look good. But it is making the chat look good. So there is that. Okay, so there's that symbol. Wait, I would like most of the other symbols. It's a fascinating, gives you a little bit of a window into the neural networks that make up our brain and our culture, that most of the symbols feel to us like there's a right orientation for it. There's some very interesting science about if you look at symbols, on what basis you're deciding whether their natural orientation is, even if you've never seen a symbol before, has a little bit to do with physics. Like you imagine this symbol as a three-dimensional physical object, and you would never try to balance it on this. So we sort of give these symbols a physical implementation. So and this looks a lot like it too. But if we're correct about the theory of the map, this might give us a definitive orientation. Is it this symbol here? No. What is this? Where is R2? Is it not on our list here? Is this disproving the whole theory about all of the symbols are on the map book? Seems like it is, right? Unless I'm mistaken, that symbol is not on our map guide. You can tell me if I'm overlooking it. So we don't know a proper orientation, but we'll just draw it out here. Something like that. And we're going to put this is from the Matthew Potter Plantation letter, in case we need to go back. But this seems to argue against the idea that it's all about that map, because this seems unrelated to the map. All right. So we believe we've solved these two puzzles. We believe we've made sense of the parcel records for the most part. We have not yet figured out this. There's a question. What's the symbol on the fold in the middle? What are you talking about? What symbol on the fold in the middle? Oh, you mean about the, you're talking about the map. I think it's just a little O, or an O with a tiny O above it. All right, let's not mess with this anymore. You know what? I can't even show you this again because you guys are going to work on it overnight, which you're not allowed to do. So that's it. We're stopping here. Very well done to the chat. Figured out some great stuff. We've got a bunch of symbol decoded. Most of these we're very certain of. The take I am not certain of, but it's possible. This one we may want to return to. This was our poker chip one that I still have some doubts about. Contract release book take. Delia is thinking this might be half a symbol. I don't see it, but okay, let's we're done for today. All right, pretty exciting. We are making good progress. I think we're going to get this solved before the year is up and we all get caught by the demon. Although I'm not sure figuring this out protects us from the demon. Does it just help us make a choice better? I'm not sure. And we also have website stuff that is not represented in physical form. We listen to one message, but you guys cannot go listen to those without me. And we still have the tarot cards, which we don't know what they're about. And we still have quite a bit to do. I don't think we're going to finish it in one more session. So we'll meet again tomorrow at 11. We'll probably play for 4 hours or so, and then we'll continue it on to Thursday, and we'll try to get this done by the end of this week. That will be our goal. We'll start to worry about time more when we get to Thursday or Friday. Some very spooky, cool, atmospheric stuff here. This is pretty good. And it is nice and hard, and it is punishing if you're sloppy like I have been. It's a good thing I have the channel here. All right, good night, everyone. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you all tomorrow at 11. Everyone is mandatorily required to keep joining because you're all involved here. You could all get cursed, so we're in it together. I'll see you tomorrow night.